South Florida tonight, Marlins and Phillies ready to go, ready to finish off a brief three-game series, which started with a doubleheader last night, a win tonight, and the Marlins ensure themselves of a winning season. Hanley going after a batting title. The Phillies' magic number right now is at 5. So a lot of things going on here at the ballpark. Chris Coughlin trying to keep up that Rookie of the Year chase as well. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton. Let's get it out of the way first. The Marlins are 5.5 back in the wild card. And last night they went into a doubleheader with their ace on the mound in the first game against the Phillies and lost. And so you would think second game facing Jamie Moyer, who was 13-3 against the Fish, that they would lose again. But they didn't. The Marlins got up off the canvas and got a big win to finish the doubleheader.
Rich, it's been the way this ball club has played all year. As soon as you want to count them out, they seem to come back. And as Freddie Gonzalez said, you know what, yeah, you wanted to win 2 games that doubleheader, but it's a lot better than losing both games yesterday.
The poster boy for struggling against Moyer was Dan Uggla. And it might still be Dan Uggla. But last night, Uggla got to Moyer, and that's how the Marlins did it, with 3 runs against their old nemesis, and Uggla went deep for the first time.
Well, I don't know if he really changed his swing, but he got a pitch that he could drill, and drill it he did. Home run number 30 on the season for Dan Uggla. That is 3 straight years of 30 or more home runs. He's hit 14 career home runs against the Philadelphia Phillies. How about Major League firsts for second baseman? First to start his career with 4 straight years of 25 or more, and the first with 3 consecutive 30 home run seasons. You know what? He has his work cut out for him tonight, too. Just 3 for 26 in his career against Cole Hamels. Dan Uggla is the kind of player you want on your ball club. I think he brings a lunchbox to the ballpark. He's that guy who just shows up, plays the game, plays hard, comes back the next night and does the same thing.
And the Marlins come back tonight with Rick Vandenhurt. If he's anything like he was his last start, the Marlins are in for a good start against Vandy. The back seems okay, and Vandy pitched well his last time out.
Well, he sure did. 6 terrific innings in Cincinnati, gave up just 1 run. Kept the ball down, kept the ball in the strike zone. That's what he needs to do tonight.
That's not an easy lineup to go against. The Phillies lineup that leads the National League in runs scored. Cole Hamels, of course, the playoff hero, MVP of the World Series and the League Championship Series. Not a great number year, but his last few starts, he's been outstanding.
Yeah, he's hot in September, 3-1 with a 1.80 ERA. He is just 2-5, though, in his career against the Fish.
Oh, there you have it. So it's Vandenhurt, it's Hamels. His name is Dan Uggla. We'll talk about Uggla and some of the Major League firsts for this second baseman when we return. Here's Craig.
It was. Thank you, Rich. What a great night for 2 guys who've become best buddies, who have kind of grown up together. in the major leagues, getting their opportunities here in a big way with the Marlins, and both have been cashing in. Last night, it was interesting that both had career moments. For Dan Uggla, the first major leaguer ever for 3 straight years as a second baseman, at 30-plus home runs with at least 100 games at second. For Cody Ross, later in the game in the 4th, his 23rd homer. That's a new career high for Cody, and both homers helping the Marlins win Game 2 of the series 3-zip. We talked with these two guys in particular about Uggla's achievement last night.
30,
What do you do?
30 club.
What do you do? It's funny because after he hit it, it didn't even cross my mind. I just thought of it as being a big home run for us during the game. And then after the inning was over, I came back in and realized that he had hit number 30, and I was just so happy for him. Just to see what he's done the last few years, it's been incredible. No one's ever done it before, and I'm just glad that he's my buddy.
You're modest about this kind of stuff, but you got to be proud of it, nonetheless.
Yeah, it's something to be proud of, I guess. But I don't really know what to think of it or what to make of it right now. So maybe one day I'll sit back and look back on it and think about what it actually means or is or something like that.
That's why we asked Cody first, because I knew you'd give us a...
Oh, yeah. I'll
well, he's usually talking.
I'll pump him.
He's usually trying to bring me down, but on TV he's going to say that, I'm so proud, I'm so proud.
Publicly, he's very good.
I am.
All right,
I'm very happy for him.
Very good. Guys who have earned a lot of respect around Major League Baseball for their power and the way they've become very good professionals. Two great friends who happen to have their locker room stalls in the clubhouse right next to each other. Good stuff for both Cody Ross and Dan Uggla, and congrats again to Dan for going to the Major League record book. Soriano did it. Utley has done it as well as a second baseman. Sandberg did it 2 times, but nobody has ever done it 3 straight years, 30-plus, as a second baseman. All right, we're getting set for baseball tonight. Yes, the incredible Herc hits the hill. Rick Vanden Herc with his 10th start coming up against Cole Hamels in a moment.
Marlins baseball on Sun Sports, brought to you by Toyota. Moving forward. By Aflac, we've got you under our wing. By FP&L, to learn smart ways to conserve energy, log on to FP&L.com. Take a free online home energy survey. And by Headquarter Toyota, where you'll feel like you bought from the factory. Phillies and Fish ready to go. Finish off this 3-game series. Marlins obviously need a win. The Phillies' magic number is at 5. And here's Charlie Manuel's lineup tonight. The most fearsome lineup in the National League. They lead the National League in homers, runs, RBIs, extra base hits. Rollins, Victorino, and Utley. You got Howard, Worth, Ibanez, Pedro Feliz at third. Paul Blanco is catching. Carlos Ruiz has been sent back to Philadelphia to have his wrist examined. Cole Hamels hits 9th.
It's a lineup, Rich, tough for any pitchers, but a right-hander has to deal with a couple of switch hitters at the top. Rollins and Victorino, back-to-back lefties. Utley and Ryan Howard. In between Jason Worth and his 34 home runs, then another lefty in Raul Ibanez. So if you're a right-hander, Rick Vandenhurst is going to have to make pitches the way he did in Cincinnati to have success against this good hitting lineup.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy tonight for Vandenhurst. Here's the Marlins defensively tonight.
Yeah, it sets up this way. Coughlin, Maben, Ross. Wes Helms will start at third, Cantu's at first, and Ronnie Paulino behind the plate.
Rollins takes a first pitch. Check swing, no swing, and it's 1-0. Rollins 1 for 8 last night of the doubleheader. He did drive in a run. Actually has 72 RBIs, and he sends that pitch out in the air to center field. Maben eyes it and makes the catch. Vandenhurst 2 pitches, 1 out, and up comes Victorino.
Throw up a cue for a quick out.
That's really a key tonight for Vandenhurst, is not let this Phillies lineup grind him out and get those 7, 8, 9 pitch at bats. Victorino's had a terrific year. He's just a few ticks under 300, but add in the 10 homers, the 37 doubles, 11 triples, and 23 stolen bases. And the Flying Hawaiian has also played Gold Glove defense. He probably will win his 2nd consecutive Gold Glove in center field.
Well, he covers a lot of ground in center field, and yeah, he's just a great addition and a super guy to have at the top of your lineup.
He fouls that one back.
You know,
and really out in front 0-2.
Really interesting, Rich, when you think about it. A down year for Jimmy Rollins. A closer who has 10 blown saves, and the backup has 6, so 16 blown saves. Yet the Phillies have a huge lead.
Vandenhurst, there's the slider, Tommy, that he's incorporated this year. One of the pitches that when he went back down to AAA, he really said it gave him time to perfect it and work on it.
Yeah, and perfect it he has to the degree where that one actually backed up. But the fact that he can throw it for a strike more consistently than that big hook that he used to have, the Holland Hammer.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing. In talking to some of the broadcasters of the Phillies going into this one, they talk about Vandenhurst and that old Holland Hammers. He's still throwing that 12-6 curveball, and I said, you know, you might see 3 or 4 of them tonight at most. Good live fastball at the knees to Utley. So much more confident. He is down in the zone a lot more since he stopped throwing that big breaking ball. The command of the fastball, the one thing that Mark Wiley told Vandenhurst during the offseason, that's the deal. You got to be able to command that fastball. Bert Blyleven drilled that into Vandenhurst's head as well during the WBC. Blyleven, his pitching coach for the Netherlands.
It's amazing how that is the one thing that most pitching coaches hammer into pitchers. If you can command the fastball, everything else works off that. And if you get ahead, if you can spot it in and out, then everything else falls into place.
I think we saw that last night with Anibal Sanchez. Sanchez had command of the fastball, had the breaking ball going. He was masterful last night against, as we pointed out, one of the best lineups in all of baseball, the Phillies.
And I think he just showed all of us what he's capable of doing.
If Freddie Gonzalez was talking about Sanchez before the ballgame, he said, you know, I wasn't here and didn't see him much in 2006, but now I know what people were talking about in that special season that he had. Two and two to Chase Utley. Utley with 31 homers. He had 33 last year. So he's put together 2 consecutive seasons of 30 or more homers, but not 3. Utley last night became the first second baseman in Major League history to do it. Vandenhurst goes 1-2-3 through the Phillies, and the Fish get their first swings at Cole Hamels when we return to Landshark Stadium.
Bell. Marlins Baseball en español está disponible vía SAT y es presentado por Taco Bell.
All right, here come the Fish at 81 and 71. 10 games left. Every game important. Chris Coghlan leads it off. Cameron Maben is right behind him. Hanley Ramirez, Jorge Cantu. Wes Helms gets to start at third base. Nick Johnson, not the best of numbers against Hamels, gets the night off. Dan Uggla, Cody Ross, Ronnie Paulino is catching. Rick Vandenhert hits ninth.
Well, and Cole Hamels, before he throws the pitch, is going to have to figure out, how do I get out Chris Coghlan, who is 2 for 3 with 2 home runs against him? But he has been brilliant in the month of September. Hamels has.
3-1, a 1.82 ERA. That would qualify as brilliant. And the Coghlan love fest continues throughout South Florida. Coghlan at 313 is tied for 5th in the National League in hitting coming into this ball game. Hanley, of course, leads the league at 352. But Coghlan is tied with Louis Castillo and Ryan Braun at 313. 1-1 coming. Breaking ball misses outside.
Right now working on a 7-game hitting streak.
Young and old. Love Cogs. The 2-1. And he hooks it foul. Well, in a doubleheader, very consistent. Couple hits in the first game, couple hits in the second.
That he has stayed consistent ever since he's been here. 2 for 5, 2 for 3, up the middle, into left, over to right.
Breaking ball hit hard at Utley. Gathers it in and throws him out. So Coghlan was on the breaking ball. Hamels gets his first out. Here comes Maben. Here comes the Phillies defense.
And it is a good defense, second in the National League in fielding. Ibanez, Victorino, and Worth in the outfield. Worth has 11 assists. Jimmy Rollins, just 6 errors this year at short. And behind the plate, Paul Bacco. Rich mentioning that Carlos Ruiz had to go back to have that wrist and arm checked out. I was told he's okay and he's going to be in Milwaukee with the ball club.
That's where the Phillies head after this ball game. Up to the Pfister, up to Milwaukee for a series with the Brewers. Maben has not faced Cole Hamels. And there's the changeup that Hamels has been using to get righties out lately.
You know that Hamels is going to be tough when he gets that changeup over. But again, it all works off his fastball.
His numbers are rather pedestrian. I mean, 10 and 9 with a 4.07 ERA. And that is because of the struggles that he had early in the year.
We'll scout him right here. He has that nice, easy delivery, fastball and change. And I think he's starting to get postseason ready, and he certainly was ready for postseason last year.
In fact, many point to the postseason last year as the reason he's had a subpar this year.
Combined innings counting postseason over 260 for Hamels last year.
Maybe a little check swing on a changeup. Hamels picks it up, and a backhand flip is in time to get Maben. Up comes Hanley. There's 2 outs. Hanley had 3 hits and a couple doubles in yesterday's doubleheader. Now he's got 41 doubles to go with the 23 homers and 102 driven in. And he stands in against Hamels, a guy that he's had some success against. 310 with 6 doubles in his career. Goes after a high fastball, pops it up. Right center shallow. Victorino calls, and he makes the catch. 1, 2, 3, go the fish. Both pitchers look sharp. We are underway and scoreless. Have a chance for the CBS 4 for 54 pack. It's the Mets, and with the 4 for 54 pack, you get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 sodas, 2 Marlin game programs starting at just $54. Visit the stadium box office, the Marlins in Miami store, or marlins.com. Hello. Ryan Howard stands in. Take it already, will you? Say cheese. Jason Worth, Raul Ibanez to follow. Vandenhert catches the outside corner. Howard, a ferocious hitter. 41 bombs, 34 doubles. And 126 driven in. And that commands the respect of the fish and the shift, which has got Wes Helms out there on the first base side of second base. Paulino set up in, and Vandenhert hit the target and struck him out.
Well, you talk about some great pitches to a tough hitter. Watch this sequence in pitching to Ryan Howard. Good fastball, he takes strike 1. Another fastball up, he's a little late on it. He stays with the fastball and threw it by Ryan Howard. 3 fastballs, 3 pitches.
Jason Worth takes outside. Vandy fires a strike, and it's 1-1. Jason Worth. I think one of the reasons why the Phillies are where they are, with, as you noted, Rollins not having the greatest of years, Ruiz not a real productive catcher offensively, is this guy. People focus so much on Utley and Howard and the speedsters Rollins and Victorino, but Worth has hit 34 homers and he's driven in 92.
Career highs in just about everything: home runs, doubles, RBIs, extra base hits. You wouldn't think it with Jason Worth. Big guy, big swing, but he also leads the National League in pitches seen. So he's pretty patient up there too.
He will chew up a pitcher. It hit him. Miccosukee brings you our weather. Come play our way. 84 degrees, 82% humidity, mid-70s later tonight.
And another guy that you have to be careful of at first base. He doesn't have the Jimmy Rollins speed, but Worth has 14 stolen bases.
The guys that don't have the Jimmy Rollins speed will run for the Phillies, and they all seem to have a great stolen base percentage. There's Ibanez. His home run to right field off of the hopper last night. And Vandenhurst chases Worth back. I mean, Worth has 14 stolen bases. He's only been caught 3 times. You look at Utley. He's got 23 stolen bases. He's not been caught all year. Two and 0 to Raul.
A couple of fastballs just missed off the plate. Ibanez showing a good eye.
Ibanez has got to be looking forward to the postseason, because he was able to taste it with some very good Seattle teams about 6-7 years ago, but Seattle has languished the last couple of years and had some awful teams. Ibanez, a steady run producer on those teams, but they haven't sniffed the postseason. That's about to change for Ibanez.
Well, as we said from the onset, a tough lineup to pitch against. Here you have the number 6 hitter, and you have a guy who has 32 home runs, 88 RBIs.
Fastball up, and Ibanez missed it. Ibanez.
Fastball's been live. We saw Vandy throw 3 of them by the big first baseman Ryan Howard. Let's see if Charlie Manuel has Worth on the move. Ibanez has struck out 115 times.
Worth is running, pitches up, and the throw down to second. Worth is in there. So runners first and second, a hit batter, a walk, and here comes Pedro Feliz. And here comes some rain showers as well. Vandy fires a strike. Feliz has contributed this year a little more than last year. Last year he hit just 249 and drove in just 58 runs, 70 RBIs, 26 doubles this year.
Yeah, that's the one thing. You get through the real tough part of the lineup, and then all of a sudden you go, well, okay, Pedro Feliz, right-handed hitter, but he's come up with some big hits. Guys like Pedro Feliz are the ones you really have to watch out for in postseason.
Phillies got contributions from a lot of people in postseason last year. Feliz drives that ball in the air to right. Ross has it. Vandenhurst gets the second out of the inning. I mean, Blanton homered in the postseason. Matt Stairs had that big pinch hit home run. I believe that was in Los Angeles. Ruiz had a game-winning hit. Here's Baco, who is Ruiz's stand-in now. As Tommy pointed out, it sounds like the wrist is okay, and he'll rejoin the team in Milwaukee. the Phillies are probably going to have the luxury of a week where they can rest some people and line up their rotation. Maven has to look up into the rain and make the catch. And Vandenhurst is through 2 and looking good. Scoreless. The Marlins and the Phillies finishing off a 3-game series in the rain. Baseball. This week, Fox brings you the national game of the week. How about another round of Red Sox and Yankees? Fox Saturday Baseball this week, 4 Eastern on Fox. Here tonight, the Marlins facing Cole Hamels, a hot Cole Hamels. And a Marlin bunch 5.5 back in the wild card behind Colorado. The Phillies have a magic number of 5 in any combination of a Philly win or a loss by Atlanta would reduce that number. Atlanta is actually in second place in the East by half a game. The Marlins, of course, split the doubleheader yesterday, and the Braves continue to roll over the Mets. Atlanta and the Giants are both 5 out of the wild card. The Rockies winners last night. The Fish are 5.5 back. Marlins have played 1 more game than Colorado, Atlanta, and San Francisco. The Fish are at 152. Everybody else at 151. Cantu against Hamels, and it's down low. By the way, Atlanta plays the Mets again tonight. The Giants are at home against Arizona tonight. And Colorado has got San Diego in Denver again tonight, where it was cold last night.
I think the game time, start time temperature was 48 degrees at Coors Field. That Atlanta Mets game, Tim Hudson and Mike Pelfrey.
Didn't miss by much. Hamels trying to come in and get that corner. And it's 2-1. Cantu against Hamels is just 4 for 17. But 3 of the 4 are home runs. And it's 2-2.
Yeah, if he establishes that fastball in, that just makes his changeup more effective, especially to righties.
Out of San Diego in a first-round pick, 17th overall. Just 25. Cantu kind of gulps that one out to the left. Ibanez settles under it. Helms coming up. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Florida Marlins. May not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Florida Marlins and obscure Philly, please. West Chamberlain.
Yeah, that's a go. I always go back further.
Yeah, because that's your era, and you were teammates with a lot of those Phillies. Here's Helms.
How about Ruben Amaro Sr.?
Well,
who's in the house?
That's a very good one. Of course, the general manager of the Phillies is Ruben Amaro Jr. Victorino circles it. And Hamels has a couple of fly ball outs to open up the second inning. Here comes Uggla. All right, last night, Uggla came up against Jamie Moyer, and the numbers against Moyer were not pretty. Uggla well under 200, and in 39 at bats, he had not done this.
He was 7 for 38, a 184 average against Moyer, without a home run until he hammered that one into the runway.
So 30 home runs for Uggla, and as Craig produced just before first pitch, Uggla's numbers of historic proportions.
And again, you didn't see a lot of that on national telecasts.
No. First second baseman ever to have 3 consecutive 30 home run seasons. Ever. Change up is letter high. And it's 1-1. First second baseman to start his career with 25 or more homers in 4 years. There's a good chance that Utley will get to that mark next year, because Utley has had 2 consecutive 30 homer seasons, and I don't see him slowing down.
No, and plays in a great ballpark and in a great lineup.
Uggla gets hit by a fastball right off the bicep. That probably won't hurt a bit.
Hamels upset with himself. He had a chance to have a 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah, Hamels would rather face Uggla than Cody Ross. Uggla 3 for 26 against Hamels. 3 for 26. And Ross is 7 for 24 with 3 homers against him. So Cody's had more success against Hamels than his locker mate Dan Uggla.
Yeah, and you could tell Uggs was okay, having a laugh with Ryan Howard down there at first base.
There are his career numbers against Hamels, just 3 strikeouts. Been a tough run for Cody, even though he homered against Moyer. He is 3 for his last 26.
Yeah, 1 for 8 in the doubleheader with 4 strikeouts.
1-1. Career high for him with 23 homers. 90 RBIs certainly within reach. And Ross fouls it off. A lot of magic numbers floating around out in baseball. The Cardinals just a game away from clinching. Yankees have clinched a postseason berth. And Uggla's going to steal second base.
That's always a great instinctive move if you're a runner with a lefty with a high leg kick. And if he's a little slow, as soon as he lifts the leg, go. Because look how long it took Hamels to finally throw to first. And Dan Uggla was 2/3 of the way to second base. So no chance at all for Ryan Howard. And a good time to do it with 2 strikes on Cody Ross. Uggs' second stolen base of the year.
Ross fights off a good fastball and fouls it back.
That's called just guessing. If you can't figure out the left-hander's move, if he's a little slow and has that deliberate delivery, as soon as he lifts that front foot, you go.
Let's see what Cody gets on 1 and 2. Ground ball, Rollins. Fires Fires on to first in time. Marlins leave Ugla out at second. We are still scoreless. Experience courtesy of Heineken and Heineken Light. Now let's join Craig Minervini with our Heineken Light Upgrade Your Experience promotional winner, Donna Tai of West Palm Beach. Craig?
Thank you, Rich. One of the nice perks of the job, a Heineken here with Donna Tai, the winner of the Upgrade Your Seat. Well, first of all, you've had a chance to sit here now for an inning or so since your upgrade. Donna, what are your thoughts on this view?
It's awesome. I'm spoiled. I can't go back to the regular seats.
Now, your friend Lori was the reason you kind of won this? Is that right?
She's been a huge Marlins fan. I've been a baseball fan, and it was easy to get sucked into watching the Marlins. I love them.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, I've been watching, I watch all season. I watch probably 150 of the 162 games, listen or attend. We came to a lot of games. And it was just a natural thing to, send in our postcards for this opportunity. And I had a feeling. I said, I think we're going to win this.
And you did. You won, and you got a call. So this is only the start, guys, of a Marlins week for them as that fly ball goes in the direction of Coughlin. Drops for a base hit for the pitcher, Cole Hamels. You were on the Jumbotron earlier tonight, and you're going to be going on the Marlins road trip, you guys, huh?
Yes, we're getting ready. We're going to go see the Marlins in Atlanta for a couple of games and then follow them on up to Philadelphia. We're excited.
Good stuff, you guys.
It's a great launching pad for our, baseball road trip.
That was the old park. Oh, no, they used to call the old one.
It couldn't have been better timed.
Well, good. Congratulations for the Heineken Light Upgrade winners, Donna Tai, who her name is spelled Tighe. Now, if you're old television, I said to her, any relation to the former actor? Is he still an actor? Kevin Tai from Emergency.
Yeah,
and you are?
Emergency, very distant relations.
All right, Rampart, Engine 51. Back to you.
All right, Jimmy Rollins takes outside. And our thanks to Heineken and Heineken Light for helping them upgrade their seats. Met that group in the suite, in the Fox Sports Florida suite.
Always great to see Michaela with Heineken Light.
After the Hamels single, Rollins hits one to the wall, and Hamels will be stopped at third base. And so the Phillies are set up nicely now with runners at second and third and nobody out, and all the big bats are lined up.
Well, the single was just a half swing bloop by Hamels, but this ball was ripped by Jimmy Rollins. Fastball down and in. Second time around now, the Phillies are getting a look at Rick Vandenhurst. Hamels get those long strides. He knows he's only going to go to third. He knows there's nobody out. And the big guy's coming up.
Victorino, Utley, Howard now against Vandenhurst. Victorino, a strikeout victim, his first time up. Vandenhurst misses low and inside. Little chopper wide of first and a foul ball. The Phillies on the verge of claiming their third consecutive division title.
They got a long way to catch up to that run the Atlanta Braves had.
Yeah, but they accomplished in just 2 years what it took the Braves 14 to accomplish, and that's win 1 World Series. High pop-up. Ugla's out. Ross is in. Cody's calling. He makes the catch. Hamill's not going anywhere. So a good out.
Yeah, good job, too, and good communication. I think we've talked about this before. When you have a runner at third, you always want that outfielder, the guy who has his momentum going toward the plate, the guy who has a better arm. You want him to catch the ball, so he calls Dan Ugla off. Daniel gets out of the way. Cody with the catch and a strong throw to keep Hamels at third.
And so it's Utley now. Runner still at second and at third. The infield's going to be back. So if Utley can just put this in play on the ground up the middle, you would think the Phillies would have a run. The only trick there is that it's Hamels who's running at third base.
I would still guess he's probably going on contact. We saw him go from first to third. He runs all right.
Utley takes a strike. Speaking of the Braves, the word out of Atlanta today is that Bobby Cox has signed a deal through next year and will retire at the end of 2010. So 1 more year for Bobby Cox, and then off into the sunset he will ride and actually become a front office consultant.
Yeah, he'll have a consulting contract for the next 5 years after that.
Vandenhurst gets an important strike. It's 0-2. Atlanta against the Mets. The Braves, of all the teams that are in the wild card race, and of course the Rockies are in the catbird seat, but the Braves have the easiest of schedules, filled with Mets. They've got 7 left with Washington, and then the Marlins are there for 3. Rockies have got the Padres tonight, got Cardinals, Brewers, and Dodgers left on their schedule. 0-2. Good fastball.
Yeah, he jumped it up a little, tried to get that high fastball by up.
He's going right after these guys. 3 strikeouts, a walk. Two. Fastball, ground ball, runner coming home. Cantu's throw. He's out at the plate. Got him. Hamels didn't slide. And Tommy, there you have it. You had the pitcher running. Cantu made a heads-up play at first.
Yeah, it's so tough. You go on contact. Obviously, if the ball's to short or second, you're going to score. But you're still going as soon as the ball hits on the ground. Good play by Jorge Cantu. Perfect throw. Paulino's right there and puts the tag on Cole Hamels, who's, you know, he's not going to slide. He knows he's out. The bat is right there. He couldn't slide. If he wanted to slide, he might have injured himself. But a good heads-up play by Jorge Cantu.
I wouldn't be surprised if everybody in the Phillies dugout, heck, everybody in Philadelphia, was holding their breath as Hamels was approaching the plate. Because the last thing they want to see is their ace in a bang-bang play or a possible collision with Ronnie Paulino.
Or slide right on that bat, catch the knee on the bat that was right in front of the plate. It's a tough call for the on-deck hitter because it's really, you really don't have a whole lot of time to get up there and get the bat out of the way.
Sometimes an umpire will actually do that. Other times, you're right, it's the on-deck hitter's job. Vandenhurst Comes inside on Howard, gets a strike, and it's 1-1. Rollins followed the Hamill single with the double. He's waiting at third. Utley is at first. Charlie Manuel was talking about his ball club, and one of the things he likes to do is not start runners with the left-handed bats up, with Utley, with Howard, with Ibanez. If they've got that runner at first base, keep that hole open.
And especially in this case, with 2 strikes, it might be an option. But in this case with Howard, it changes the shift. If Utley were to steal second, it would change the shift because you have to guard with him at second base. With 2 strikes, he might go, but I still doubt it.
Let's see if Van Hurten get himself out of this.
Remember, he got him with a high fastball last time up.
Oh, man!
That's a pretty good pitch.
Wow! Slider, and it froze him.
Wow. Hey, is it borderline? Yeah, it's borderline, but it is awfully close.
2-2 coming. Runner goes. Little fly ball, left field. Back goes Coughlin. Off the wall it goes, and it's going to score 2. Rollins scores. Utley scores. And how many times do you see it happen? A close call, you don't get it. And the Phillies are on the board first.
The problem is it seems to happen more against you than for you. And sooner or later, if it happens, you still have to make that pitch. And all of a sudden, this fastball out over the plate, not a bad pitch.
How strong is he?
That looked like a weak fly ball, and he hit it off the wall to the opposite field, out of the reach of Chris Coughlin.
I think Mark Wiley's asking Ronnie Paulino, where was that pitch?
Yeah, this is one of those you'd like to stay out there for a while. Can't really say too much, but you can give him a look. You want to let the home plate umpire know that you thought he missed that call.
Sam Holbrook, the home plate umpire, had a few words for Mark Wiley. There it was.
Backdoor slider. We talk about that pitch a lot. You start it off the plate, it comes back on the corner.
Jason Worth now with Howard at second. So the Phillies have a 2-0 lead in the third. Boy, Vandenhurst so close to getting out of this inning, which looked like the Phillies were at least going to get 1 run. And he was an inch or 2 away from getting out without any runs.
And all of a sudden, 50 pitches for Rick Vandenhurst. By the way, that was Howard's 80th extra base hit this season. 35 doubles, 41 home runs, and believe it or not, 4 triples for Ryan Howard.
That last pitch by Vandenhurst, I don't think it was a slider. I don't think it was a changeup. I think he just took something off his fastball. It came in at 90. It's one of the things he's been able to do is change speeds on his fastball. Not something we saw last year or back even in 2007.
I think when we saw him before he went down to AAA this year, he was a thrower. He's a little more of a pitcher, and he still has room to go, but he has certainly shown improvement.
One-two. Fastball. Drilled by. So the Phillies do get to Vandenhurst for a couple runs. Ryan Howard does the damage. In South Florida tonight, the Marlins and the Phillies finishing off a 3-game series, just like that guy's finishing off his burger. The pin man is here. 2-0, Phillies on top. Ronnie Paulino, Rick Vandenhurst, and then Chris Coghlan against Cole Hamels. Paulino getting the start with the lefty on the mound. The word on John Baker is he's ready to go.
Yeah, he seemed to be fine, ready to pinch hit if needed tonight, and certainly with the off day tomorrow, ready for the Mets on Friday.
3 for 5 in the doubleheader last night for Paulino. And he takes down low. He's 2 for 5 in his career against Hamels.
We talked, Rich, of the success that Hamels had in postseason. He was 4-0 in 35 innings, was the MVP of the Championship Series and the World Series.
Paulino cranks one out to right center. Victorino has made only 1 error all year, and he makes the catch. And you can't go anywhere in Philadelphia and not see Cole Hamels. Magazine covers, billboards.
And you're right, it is amazing. He's just 25.
Strike to Vandenhurst. It's 0-1. Hamels quickly out in front, 0-2. He's won his last 2 starts. And he's been overpowering in both. And he rings up Vandenhurst. So Hamels, if you go his last 2 starts and include his first 2 2/3 innings here, he's gone 17 innings. He's given up 12 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, and 16 strikeouts.
Yeah, we talked about the command in his 4 September starts. Almost 30 innings, only 5 walks.
Now Coghlan. For those of you out there that like to read baseball columns on the internet in a variety of sites, do yourself a favor and Google Buster Olney's blog on Chris Coghlan. It's dated September 20th, so it was 3 days ago. Buster Olney, one of the great baseball writers, always has a good blog. But he did a column on Chris Coghlan that you need to read. If you're a Marlin fan or a Philly fan or just a baseball fan, make a note of that. Fastball's up and in. And it's 1-2. Struck him out. Coghlan didn't think so. Tosses the bat, and Sam Holbrook has a few words for Coghlan. Let's have a look. Chewy is here and might just be the Wookiee of the year. Craig?
The Wookiee, yeah. Thank you very much, Rich. Earlier we talked about our Facebook Name That Marlin giveaway in the pregame. Here's the question tonight. Go on our Facebook page and get in. Here's the question again, and there's the address again, facebook.com/Fox Sports Florida Sun Sports. In high school, this Marlin broke the school record for doubles at Miami's Brito Private and was the first player in school history to have 50 ribbies and 50 runs scored in a season. This Marlin in high school broke the school record for doubles at Miami's Brito Private. First player in school history, 50 RBIs, 50 runs scored in the season. The first to post a comment on the Name That Marlins note on our wall with the correct player wins a signed baseball from that Marlin. Good luck. We'll give you the answer later in the show. Rich?
All right, we'll look for that. Raul Ibanez, Pedro Feliz, Paul Bacco against Vandenherk. We'll see how Vandenherk responds to an inning in which he got himself into trouble, almost got himself out, and then ended up giving up 2 runs.
And didn't have a whole lot of time to sit around and think about it. A 9-pitch inning for Hamels.
Fastball, and he strikes out Ibanez. You didn't have a chance to comment on it after our second peek, but your thoughts on the called third to Coughlin as compared to the ball called to Howard. Howard, of course, then would double off the wall and drive in both runs.
There were similar parts of the plate. One was a slider, the one to Coughlin a fastball, but both looked like borderline. Vandenherk's a slider. I think the one to Coughlin a little better pitch.
Yes, I would agree. The one to Howard a more important pitch, though, because there were 2 runners on, and there were 2 outs, and there were 2 strikes. Here's the 1-1. Ground ball Hanley's way. Fires across in time. So Vandenherk has 2 quick outs here in the 4th, and the duck is here. What more could you want out of an inning? True or false? Steve Carlton was the first to win 4 Cy Young.
I might have to disqualify myself.
You got a chance to watch how many of those Cy Young seasons in person?
1 for sure. Can't remember when he had the next one, but I'd have to say true on that.
Paul Bacco with a count 1-0.
Which Zach Greinke certainly helped his cause last night. Kansas City beat Boston. He lowered his ERA, 15-8. He lowered his ERA to 2.08.
It's one of the things about the Cy Young, and Carlton's a great example, and Greinke might be an example this year, is you don't have to play on a winning team to win it. In fact, if your numbers are as good as Greinke's are, they're even more impressive if you're playing on a lousy Kansas City team.
He's had 6 games where his team has scored 1 or fewer runs. So imagine if he was in CC Sabathia's shoes pitching for the Yankees and had all that offense.
15 wins for Greinke, the ERA best in the American League. Boy, there's
He's just not giving that backdoor slider.
That pitch again outside. Count full. So the slider comes back over the plate, and Bacco bangs it into right field.
Right now, Rick Vandenherk getting frustrated. He can't let that bother him. You know, we can talk up here about missed calls and calls that aren't made, but he's got to regroup and make pitches. He comes back with they're probably just off the plate. They're borderline. But then he came back with a pitch that had a lot more of the plate and was not a good pitch.
Hamels now. That's a foul ball. What a crazy bounce that took. It looked like it was going to be fair, but he cued it such that it spun into foul territory.
Well, and that's the thing with Bacco getting the base hit. turns that lineup over, gets Hamels up to the plate. Yeah, the spin took it foul, made it an easier call for Larry Vanover.
That exchange between Sam Holbrook and the Phillies dugout, they asked for the ball after that Bacco hit. So Bacco has hit some sort of milestone, and just perusing his notes.
Well, he's playing for his 11th different team.
Fly ball left field. Coughlin got turned around and makes the catch. Vandenherk a scoreless fourth. Marlins in deep against Cole Hamels. South Florida, when you need a car, truck, or van, who are you going to call? 1-877-MAROONY. By Checkers, Little Place, Big Taste. By Corona, official sponsor of the timeout. And by Honda South Florida. Visit your South Florida Honda dealers online at sfhondadealers.com to find a deal on fuel-efficient Honda. Cole Hamels got a 2-0 lead. And for him, in the month of September, that's good enough to get a W. 4 starts in September, an ERA of under 2, and a 3-1 record. And yeah, it looks like he is in October form.
That is certainly good news for Philly fans, as they remember what he did last October.
Cameron Maben, Hanley Ramirez, and Jorge Cantu to face Hamels. We did some quick research. We didn't even need the cracked staff for this. Paul Bacco, with his 18th hit of the season. Now, that's not the milestone. 500 career hits for Bacco.
And as I mentioned, for 11 different teams. Only Matt Stairs and Julian Tavares, who are currently playing, played for more teams. They played for 12.
Maben fouls it back. Although I will say this, in digging for a Bacco nugget, I uncovered this one. His home run against Colorado early in August made him the 32nd player in Major League history to homer for 8 different teams.
So what you're saying is that there are Bacco nuggets.
There are. But there was no note that his next hit would be his 500. And as a backup catcher, man, you earn those hits. And when a milestone like that comes around, you get that baseball.
Yeah, he has had years where he's been up and down. Hasn't spent all that time in the major leagues.
You know, we could ask our
spent time with the Marlins.
We could ask our crack staff, since they're not doing anything this half inning, to find out what the major league record is for most teams that a guy has homered for in the course of a career.
Well, we can tell you that 39 of those 500 hits were in the Marlins uniform.
Maben drives that one in the gap, left center field. Cameron round first, headed to second. Ibanez up with it, and Maben has led off the fourth with a double.
That's a good start. It's also the first hit for the Marlins in this game off Hamels. Now let's see if they can at least do something with Maben at second and nobody out. I think he may have gotten the change up. It's our checkers double of the game. It was out over the plate. Not a great pitch by Hamels, but a good swing by Maben.
Nice compact swing. Had that right wing going. Hanley, Cantu, and Helms now will get a shot at driving in Maben. In Hanley's case, maybe even move him up. And Hanley does. Cues that ball to the right side. Utley looked like he got it stuck in his glove. And he just throws Hanley out by a step, but Maben is 90 feet away. Nice job by Hanley.
Yes, it was.
Here comes the duck. That's not the duck. That's Lefty.
Yeah, he's looking at the fanatic. No, no. You, me.
Now, these are the seasons, huh?
Yeah, 72, 77.
So you were there for two.
I was there 2 of them. 72 was that incredible year. He won 27 games, and the Phillies team won 59.
Infield's back. Cantu just needs to put this ball in play. And he does into right field. Going to fall base hit. Maben on his way home. Worth with the throw, and Maben crosses. Cameron held up, thinking maybe it would be caught. Worth has one of the better throwing arms in the National League from right field, and he made it close. Cantu delivers with an RBI single.
But I think what it shows is that on a line drive fly ball, if you're a third, you have to go back. If you have Maben's speed, you're going to score. You don't want to get doubled off if Worth catches that ball. So Cameron was still able to score, and a good piece of hitting by Jorge Cantu. And it was all set up. And I think in Hanley's case, he didn't totally give himself up. He was trying to get a base hit, but trying to go the other way with a base hit. And he accomplished moving Maben over to third.
Helms takes inside. No swing, says Mike Winters. Line shot, Utley fires it, hits Cantu, and it kicks into the crowd. So for Chase Utley, his 12th error of the season, Cantu's going to go to third because he was between first and second, and the rule is on a thrown ball, you get 1 plus 1.
1 plus 1. It's a tough play for Utley. A good swing by Wes Helms, because Utley with a quick throw, he just throws it into the runner. Now it hits Cantu. He alertly picks up the ball. And Utley's charged with the error. We mentioned the second best fielding percentage the Philadelphia Phillies defense has.
All right, this has been a struggle for Utley. 3 for 27 in his career against Hamels. He was hit by a pitch, a fastball in the second inning. Hamels had 2 strikes on him, tried to come inside.
In this inning, the Marlin hitters have had a good approach against Hamels. Good swing by Maben. Hanley went the other way. Cantu went the other way. Wes Helms went the other way with that line drive out.
Oh, 2, it's up. Changeup. Struck him out. Uggla goes down. And the inning is over. But the Fish get a run. They do leave a man at third. 2-1 Phillies.
Vía SAP y es presentado por KFC.
Good game here tonight. Let's bring in Cookie and Raul, guys.
Tommy, Richie, how are you?
Good, good. Well, a well-pitched game, well-played game.
Absolutely. They're both playing very well, and good pitching from Vanderhurk and good pitching from Hamels. You know, he's been a money pitcher. If you see his record after the All-Star in his career, it's amazing.
I like the approach, Cookie, the Marlins hitters had last inning. Good approach against Hamels.
That's the way you have to do it. You know, take advantage of him and not try to pull the ball all the time, because he has a great changeup that can get you out of walk in a minute.
All right, guys, have a good show tonight.
Thank you, guys.
You too.
This is a real test for Vandenhurk now. Top of the order again, third time through. Uggla makes the catch. Victorino and Utley will follow. Two good friends out there.
Number 8, center fielder Shane Victorino.
Yeah, that is interesting, and certainly Dan Uggla and Cody Ross, best of friends, and you have that on ball clubs. You don't. You have 25 guys, and now here in September you have more, but you have 25 guys that are around each other for 6 months, 7 months.
Coughlin makes the catch.
You have one main goal, but you also have pockets of groups of guys. Everybody doesn't always go out together. You have groups that you hang out with. That's the way it is.
Of course, Uggla and Cody kind of got to the big leagues together. Cody had been in the big leagues a few games with other teams,
but had not gotten the opportunity that he's gotten here.
Right, and of course, Uggla, a Rule 5 draft pick, arrived in 2006 with a flotilla of rookies that year for the Fish. Here's Utley.
That was not part of the Padilla flotilla either.
The Padilla flotilla has landed in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And he's actually pitching well
yes,
for the Dodgers.
Has.
Utley gets hit on a breaking ball in the dirt. That means Howard comes up, and Vandenhurk gave up the 2-run double to Howard back in the third.
Nothing new for Chase Utley to get hit. It's the 23rd time he's been hit this year.
That leads the National League. There's your ball strike ratio. Good for Vandenhurk as he works in the fifth.
Now he has to make pitches. He had a chance with the first two hitters, Rollins and Victorino, making quick outs. Now the hit batter. Now he has to really make good pitches to Howard.
A shot. Ugla's on it. Cantu to first. Nicely done. Man, that caught by Cantu, and you're thinking it's down the line. And there's Ugla on the shift. A 6-pitch inning for Vandenhurst. Going to the bottom of the 5th. Look at this.
You gotta love this shift.
Rapid rewind. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered.
Boy, that was a fast inning for Rick Vandenhurst. 6 pitches on a ball that got, you don't see that too often. Got under the glove or just ticked the glove of Jorge Cantu, the first baseman. And because of the shift, Dan Ugla was there to make the play, and Cantu was able to get back to the bag.
Cody Ross, Ronnie Paulino, and then Vandenhurst against Hamels in the bottom of the 5th. 1-run game, 2-1 ball game. Phillies up. Ross bounced out, and Hamels misses outside with a changeup. Cody 3 for his last 27 now.
Rich, looking at the scoreboard, some teams are just really spinning in the wrong direction. The Cleveland Indians on their way to their 10th straight loss, losing 8-1 to Detroit. Detroit needing a win, needing to stay ahead of Minnesota.
Cody Ross, left field and deep. This game is tied. Number 24.
Wow, last night we saw Dan Ugla, who had struggled against Jamie Moyer, go deep. Cody Ross has not struggled so much against Hamels. That's his 4th career home run against the Philadelphia left-hander.
Here comes Paulino.
What a blast. Cody took one deep against Moyer as well. Well, back-to-back nights for Cody Ross.
23rd homer that Hamels has given up this year. And Paulino lines one in the gap in right center. That's going to nestle in there.
Watch Ronnie run.
Well, sort of.
I love watching Ronnie run.
Paulino rumbles into second with a double.
And again, a good approach. Stayed back, drove it the other way. They're the good buddies. Good approach. You get ready for the fastball, but you think the other way. If you get the off-speed pitch, you stay back and drive it in that direction.
All right, here is an interesting spot for Vandenhurst. The Marlins would love to move Paulino to third. Ronnie doesn't run real well. We just documented that. So if you're Vandenhurst and you're bunting, you have to be pretty precise.
You have a couple of options. You have to see how the Phillies are going to play it. You could try to drop one down. And keep in mind, Vandenhurst is 0 for 18. Does not have a sacrifice bunt this year.
The other nuance here, Tommy, is that you've got a left-handed pitcher on the mound, and for a left-handed pitcher, the play at third base is easier physically. Just pick the ball up and turn naturally and throw to third. So you get an extra half second just because you're left-handed.
Ideally, if you can take it up the third base line, that'll get the job done. If you can push it toward Ryan Howard and force him to throw, he could throw it away.
Vandy squares. Drops it down. There goes Paulino. Hey, it worked.
Good job by Rick Vandenhurst. Last night we saw in some situations the Marlins struggle with the little part of the game. Tonight, Hanley Ramirez moved the runner over in the 4th inning. Cantu with the base hit. Here, Rick Vandenhurst deadens it enough. Got it on the end of the bat. He deadened it. The only play for Hamels was first base.
Now this is a big at bat here. Chris Coghlan has bounced out and was rung up on that fastball on the outside corner his last time up. So he's 0 for 2. And the infield is in a 2-2 game. Coghlan takes outside. Chris Coghlan's name has appeared in a lot of top 10 lists. Not rookie top 10 lists, but National League top 10 lists. And one of those is runners in scoring position. 356 in all the National League.
And I really think that a lot of people who are focused on the Rookie of the Year, people who matter, have overlooked that fact. They look at the rookie numbers, and I think they've overlooked some of the Major League, National League numbers.
Yeah, because it's easy to say, all right, let's compare the rookies and look at all their numbers. But Coghlan has played enough, more than a lot of the other rookies.
More than most of them.
To put himself into the National League categories. He's 3rd in the National League in road batting average as well. Here's the 2-1 coming. He's seen a couple nasty changeups.
He's seen a pitch you don't see a lot of from a lefty. A lefty to a lefty doesn't toss a lot of changeups, but Hamels, who has a good one, has gotten him on the last 2.
Remember, Coghlan had homered a couple times against Utley coming into this game. 2-2 coming. He tripled up on the changeup.
Yeah, you hear us talking about pitchers doubling up on the change. There was a tripling up on the changeup.
Paulino at 3rd. The infield still in. Ross has tied it with a homer. Fastball, line drive, left field, and it falls for a base hit. Coghlan puts the fish on top. Great at bat against one of the best lefties in the National League.
Great at bat on a nice little stage for Chris Coghlan to show a lot of people he's deserving of that Rookie of the Year award. He got the fastball after all the changeups. Hamels tried to go up with the fastball up and in. And Cog spotted off, little decoy by Ibanez, but didn't fool Ronnie Paulino, and he came in to score. Nice bit of hitting.
I remember when Ugla ran on first motion and stole second base. Coghlan against Hamels. Maybe takes a strike on a changeup. Maben double back in the 4th.
I'll tell you a guy that runners used to do that against was Steve Carlton. He had that high leg kick. He was one, though, who could change. If he lifted it up high, you talked about that with Moyer. Carlton could do that. He could go to first or go to the plate.
Inside, it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Good lively crowd here tonight. Marlins have 3 more home games in the regular season: Friday, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon against the Mets.
There was Hamels, I think, changing in midstream to the point where it was close to a balk.
Yes.
You and I change in midstream all the time.
Stream of consciousness. It's up to Maven. It's 2-1.
By the way, since August 1st now, remember the 47 hits for Chris Coughlin in August. 36 now base hits in the month of September. So 83 hits in 50 games since August 1st. A 382 average.
That's incredible. And I think another thing that separates Coughlin from some of the position players that are in the Rookie of the Year running, you just noted those numbers in August and September. It's in the heat of a postseason race. The Marlins have been in the race. They're hanging in the race. Every game is a pressure-filled game. There goes Coughlin. Maven pops it up.
And I'll tell you one more thing real quick. He has not missed hardly any games since he's been here. He's only sat out 1 or 2.
Friday night, last chance for all you can eat. Hot dogs, peanuts, nachos, sodas from the comfort of your club seats. It's Friday night against the Mets. 305-626-SAVE. You might need one of those apparatus.
And you have to fill that thing with Heineken, too. Heineken Light on one side, Heineken in the other side.
How do you decide which side to drink from?
After a couple, it doesn't matter.
Oh, man. Here's Hanley, and he takes a strike. But, I mean, no slight to Andrew McCutchen in Pittsburgh or Casey McGee in Milwaukee.
No slight to any of them. They're rookies, and they're having good years.
Oh, 1 coming to Hanley. Went up with a fastball, 0-2.
Climbed upstairs with that heater.
Braves have a 4-1 lead over the Mets. That's in the 4th.
Tell you what, they're getting some good starts from Tim Hudson. I think that was a little bit of a question mark when he came back. He made that first start from Tommy John surgery against the Marlins.
It's a Mike Pelfrey start for the Mets.
And I think at that point the Braves weren't sure what they were going to get out of Tim Hudson.
Oh, 2 to Hanley. Popped it up. Rollins is there and squeezes, but the Fish put 2 on the board and take the lead. Coughlin had a big hit. Ross got it started with his 24th of the season.
Thank you, Rich. 10 games to go, including tonight, and the Marlins 5.5 out of the wild card. Obviously in the long shot category, but it's a tough year to win the wild card in the National League. I was doing a little wild card research today to look at the 15 years in its history, and the average win since 03 when the Marlins won the wild card. In the NL 90, look at the AL, the average has been over 95 wins. Since 96, almost 92 wins in the NL to win the wild card. That one year, that first year, remember, it was a shortened season, so 77 wins took it for the Colorado Rockies. 88 wins, the least ever. That was the Dodgers in 06, and also Baltimore did it in the late 90s. The Marlins still, guys, are on pace for their third most wins ever. I think that is lost sometimes in the translation of the season, which has had its ups and downs. Most likely they're going to win mid-80s to high 80s, and they've only won more than that twice the 2 years they won the World Series.
Craig, that's a great point. 97, they won 92 games. 2003, 91 games. Last year, the third highest win total ever for the Fish, 84 and 77. And obviously at 81 and 71, as Craig pointed out, 10 games left, including this one. Got the Mets this weekend. On the road to Atlanta, that's not going to be an easy 3-game set. And then into Philly to see these Phillies. Ross, boy,
there's some balls jumping tonight. That one, the one that Howard hit.
I'll tell you what, that is a perfect example of what makes Cody Ross an outstanding outfielder. That's a ball that would turn a lot of guys around and in knots. And Ross instinctively turned, knew where he was going, knew where the ball was going to be, and then turned around and made the catch.
And a lot of outfielders would have that ball go over their head because of the swing. It's kind of a half swing, 3/4 swing by Worth, and he sent it to the track. Saw that shot, Freddie Gonzalez on the bench. We've talked about it again. As the manager, a guy who's held it all together with this club, that's had ups and downs, that had that horrific month of May when most of the pitchers were hurt or in the minor leagues.
At the start of the year, many people said the Marlins might have the best starting rotation in the division. That one's hit hard and deep. Ibanez. And it's gone. This game is tied again. Raul Ibanez. 33 on the season.
His second in 2 nights. But I'll say the ball is really jumping. That ball took off the bat of Ibanez, a high fastball, an aggressive swing. He's struggling somewhat. He was 3 for 20 before that swing.
Here's Feliz. Popped him up. But as you noted, once the Marlins got to May, and all of a sudden it was the Graham Taylors and the John Carancas and the Hayden Penns that were making starts, the Marlins rotation wobbled. And Freddie had to piece it together. They got back on their feet in June and July. Smack down the line, and into the corner it goes. Feliz has his 27th double. You're also talking about a manager that's had to deal with a bullpen that has failed at the back of the pen an awful lot. Matt Lindstrom struggles as a closer. Leo Nunez has been far from automatic as a closer as well. Yet the ball club sits here 10 over with 10 to play. And that bullpen is in motion now.
Well, one thing with the solid performance of Anibal Sanchez in the second game last night, 8 innings. A lot of guys are fresh down there in the bullpen.
There's Sanchi, the night after his 8-inning gem. 2 hits, no runs. Baco goes after the first pitch. And it's Cody Ross. Ball gets away. It glanced off of Hanley's glove. But Felice is there. Vandenherk was backing up, so he was at third base waiting. Good heads up by Rick. Hamels is coming up.
You have to be careful. You can't just lay it in. We've seen Hamels have some decent cuts. I mean, he just has 8 hits, but he has one of those hits tonight.
He nearly had another with that soft ground ball that was foul. Up the middle and by Ugla, and Hamels has himself an RBI single. The Phillies reclaim the lead. 2 hits for Hamels.
That's what I was talking about. You still have to make good pitches. You can't just say, here's a fastball. I'm going to throw a fastball, because a fastball, middle of the plate, all of a sudden it was up, belled high, right in Hamels' wheelhouse, and he has a good swing. Dan Ugla tried to knock it down. He knows if he knocks it down, he can keep the run from scoring, but the ball just got by him quickly.
The Marlins lead was brief.
You know, Hamels is hitting 127 this year coming into the game. But against the Marlins now in his career, he's a 280 hitter. Go figure.
Rollins is 1 for 3. And he hits a soft fly ball to left. Coughlin is there, and Chris makes the catch. But the Phillies answer back. Hamels put him on top. The man that tied it, Miami's own Raul Ibanez. Sports brought to you by FP&L. To learn ways to conserve energy, log on to FPNL.com and take a free online home energy survey. By the new 2010 Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Come into your authorized dealer right now for the driving experience of a lifetime. And by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Pizza.
From pizza to the manatees.
Well, you know the saying, Tommy. Nothing says baseball like fat men dancing. Raul Ibanez.
Ibanez got it going, tied the game with his home run, and Hamels put the big hit on the Marlins, driving in the go-ahead run.
Here is Cantu, Helms, and Ugla facing Hamels in the rain in the 6th. Marlins have scored 3 times against Hamels in the last 2 innings. Cantu delivered a run with an RBI single in the fourth. One. Cantu off the end of the bat. Victorino racing in, gonna fall, base hit. Cantu is 2 for 3. We check in with Craig Minervini. Craig?
Thank you, Rich. We have a winner that named the Marlin Facebook giveaway. The answer to our question we asked you earlier, the high school standout who set the school record for doubles at Miami Brito Private. 50 RBIs and 50 runs scored in the season is Gabby Sanchez. He batted .480 with 6 homers, 20 doubles, 52 RBIs during his senior year. Scored 62 runs and had 32 steals for the 1A state champs in 02. That's it for this round of Name That Marlin giveaways. We do have a winner. Continue to be a fan and follow us on our Facebook page all year long. Keep tuning in to Marlin Games on Sun Sports and Fox Sports Florida for more giveaways.
That's an odd ground ball off the bat of Helms, and Utley just gets him. Marlins move Cantu into scoring position, though. West got that off the end of the bat.
You know, West came in to the game with some pretty good numbers against Hamels. 0 for 3 tonight, lined out his last time, but you knew what he was trying to do there, just squibbed it off the end of the bat, but he was able to advance Cantu to second.
All right, here's that matchup again of Ugla and Hamels. Hamels got out in front and on a 2-strike pitch hit him in the second inning, and then froze Ugla on a gorgeous changeup for a called strike 3 in the fourth. Change up there. 1-0. Pinto. Ugla had a rip at a fastball. Baco for a look, and that's all he gets. Our Heineken Light, upgrade your experience. Seat winners over there.
All of a sudden, I can say these are really great seats. You get foul balls every once in a while too.
Looked like that little youngster was a little frightened. Hopefully he got the ball. One and two.
One thing as you watch Hamels, he mixes it up so well from at bat to at bat. A few tears, but a souvenir.
Ugla yanks it at an extreme angle, foul. In September, Ugla's hit 7.
Derek Lee has been on fire, hitting near 400 for the month of September.
Hamels has just come up with 2 fastballs. Remember, he struck Ugla out looking on a changeup last at bat. And there's the changeup.
And we know he'll throw 3 in a row. This is the kind of command that Hamels has had tonight. This is his first 3-ball count. That's why he has good pitch count too.
Change up, Ugla out in front. Felice. And it's out of play. Good crowd here tonight.
Very good crowd. Nice and lively.
Final game of this 3-game series. Of course, in a 70,000 seat monstrosity, it looks like a drop in the bucket. I'm guessing 22, 23,000.
Looks like more than last night. Last night was a little over 20.
I'm not sure if they count bookies.
Got his lightsaber with him.
The 3-2. It was hanging in there.
Yeah, saw a change up, then a good fastball, and he's fouled them both off.
Ninth pitch coming. Cantu, the tying run. Bottom six, 1-run game. Phillies up. Change up. Gets him. Down goes Uggla.
You know, it's one thing that he's thrown them, but he's thrown them in good spots. You know, if he hangs it, it's still very hittable. But look at that. Knee high on the outside corner.
Cody Ross put one in the seats back in the 5th. And he just tried to do it again.
As soon as he hit it, he knew it. That time the fastball, the first pitch here was a changeup.
Ross sends that one to right field. Worth goes back and makes the catch. Marlins leave Cantu in scoring position. We've played 6. Phillies up a run. The 7th, closing day, Sunday against the Mets. First 10,000 fans get a Marlins 2010 magnetic schedule courtesy of tobacco-free Florida. Plus, head to the strike zone after the game for a special closing day party with special guest Pitbull. 1-877-MARLINS or visit marlins.com. Someone's trying to get us in trouble. Pinto coming out to face the Phillies here. And he'll enter at the 2 spot in the order, so he gets Victorino, Utley, and Howard. Not an easy spot to jump in on.
Well, you have a couple of lefties after the switch hitting Shane Victorino. You get Victorino over to the right side. been a while for Raniel Pinto. Last appearance for Pinto was the first game of that series in Cincinnati.
They have announced the attendance. I was way off. I don't think I'm going to the showcase round. 31,042. Victorino, look out.
It's always hard for us to tell what's up above us and behind us.
Right, because we're kind of up in the in a little cavern.
Ball boy had nowhere to go. Couldn't go left, couldn't go right, and the ball scooted under him.
High chopper, Hanley charging, and makes the play. Hanley Ramirez attacked that baseball.
Yeah, we saw him do that last night. Not sure if it was Victorino, but a similar type chopper that he had to come and get right away. There's Hanley, and then on the run, transferring the ball and making a good strong throw over to first.
Here's Chase Utley, who was struck out and bounced into a fielder's choice. Utley hit by a pitch as well in the 5th. Philly's got 2 runs in the 6th. And Pinto throws a strike.
We talked about Hamels, how he'll use his changeup to left-handed hitters. Pinto will do that too.
Well, he better use something else against Utley. Something other than the pitches he's been throwing to Utley. Saw the numbers, Utley against Pinto. No swing. And it's 1-1.
As you watch this Philly lineup, the thing that impresses you and the things you have to watch out for as a pitcher, you can't walk guys, because if you walk guys, you just get in deeper with the next hitter.
It's 3-1. Pinto in relief of Vandenhert. 6 innings for Vandy.
You know the type of left-hander the Marlins miss when they match up against Philadelphia is a guy like Tankersley. Had that nasty slider. You match him up with the lefties. Nothing against Dan Meyer and Raniel Pinto, but we've talked about their success as well against right-handers. They don't have that nasty breaking ball that goes away from a left-handed hitter.
Arthur Rhodes filled that role late last year. Utley is aboard. The last Super Saturday of the season on the 26th features a post-game concert with Sean Paul following a fireworks spectacular. The Marlins will take on the Mets at 7:10. And fans will get a Marlins t-shirt courtesy of Doctors Hospital. 1-877-Marlins.
Calling his boys back in Philly.
Would that be a Philly fanatic?
Checking on the spread of the Eagles game this weekend.
Yeah, you're on.
He's probably had a cheesesteak or two.
Is that the official Phillies Scully that he's wearing? Endorsed by Ronnie Belliard?
Yeah, it looks like. Who, by the way, has pretty much taken over the job of the O-Dog for the Dodgers. Ronnie Belliard's been on fire ever since he's gotten to Los Angeles.
Uh-oh, that's deep. That's trouble. That's out. Ryan Howard's 42nd is a big blow to the Marlins and to Reniel Pinto.
Left-handers hitting about 45 points better against Pinto than right-handers. And a lot of Ryan Howard's home runs are to the opposite field. Just takes care of a fastball down. You talk about carry. He had 22 opposite field home runs last year. 22 of his 48.
Pinto misses down low. So the Phillies now a 6-3 lead. And Hamels has at least another inning left in him. He's only thrown 83 pitches. Vandenhurst threw 89.
Well, we're not sure what Prince Fielder and Albert Pujols have done tonight, but Ryan Howard has kind of springboarded over them, leading the National League with 130 RBIs now. Howard with 7 RBIs this series.
Prince Fielder has hit his 42nd home run of the season, a 2-run shot.
So he still has the lead, 131.
Ross in right makes the catch. So there are 2 down, and here comes Ibanez. He has gone deep in this ball game. Some big hits for the Phillies. Howard has driven in 4, as Tommy pointed out, with the double and the homer. Ibanez blast in the 6th, though, tied the game. Marlins had taken a 3-2 lead. Ibanez knocked one in the seats, and it was quickly 3-3.
In the division they play, Kiko Calero getting loose. It would be one little thing. There will be things we'll watch for over the winter that the Marlins try to go after to put their club together. But to me, I'd like to see a lefty like that, a nasty left-hander who's tough on lefties with all the left-handers in the division, especially this Philly club. Adam Dunn with Washington. McCann in Atlanta, turning chipper over to the other side. And, hey, it's nothing Freddie can do. He has to use who he has.
We had that question last night on Email Tuesday. Why do the Marlins use, in particular, a few players? And one of them was Pinto. And Pinto's numbers aren't awful. But the question is, all right, well, who do you run out there instead? You have what you have.
In that case, it's going to be Pinto or Meyer.
Right. Line shot over the head of Hanley Ramirez. Ibanez has singled the left. Calero is ready. Felice is coming up. Pinto is due up second in the 7th, and that's why they left him in to face Felice. Gives the Marlins a little more maneuverability.
Got all right-handers out, the 2 base hits, the home run, the single by lefties.
6-3 Phillies.
Rich, fasten your seatbelt. Early on, some nice pitching by Rick Vandenhurst, getting some strikeouts. Remember, he was squeezed on that pitch. It was a ball. The next pitch, guess what? Ryan Howard off the left wall for a big two-base hit and a couple of RBIs. The Marlins were able to fight back. Jorge Cantu drops one into right field. Maben comes in to score. Cody Ross goes deep. Number 24 on the year for Cody. His 4th career against Hamels. How about Coughlin's base hit? He picked up an RBI, driving home Ronnie Paulino. But the Phillies won't stop. They just keep going. Raul Ibanez with a home run. Cole Hamels contributes with an RBI single. And the big hit, a 2-run shot by Ryan Howard. He has 42 of those on the year, and he has 4 RBIs tonight.
That was not a game summary. That was the condensed version of the first 6.5 innings of this ball game. Paulino takes a breaking ball up, and it's 1-0. Paulino, the 9 spot, and it looks like Gabby Sanchez. Then Chris Coughlin against Hamels. Paulino, a sky-high pop-up behind the plate. Baco looking right at our RoboCam.
Now RoboCam looking right at Baco.
Our RoboCam has not been hit all year, and that's a good thing.
He's had a good year. Hasn't had to go on the disabled list.
1-1. High fly ball. Victorino makes the catch. We check in with Craig.
Hey guys, earlier we visited our Heineken Light Upgrade Your Experience winners, and here's another look at our promotional winners. Moved right behind the plate, it's Donna Ty. And her guest enjoying an upgraded baseball experience is Donna and her friend Lori, who entered the contest a few weeks ago and won the award. And the experience tonight at the ballpark, they are in the second row right behind the plate. Good stuff.
Good seats. Sanchez now. Pinch hitting for Pinto. Gabby gets a look at Hamels. 87 pitches now from Hamels. Two and 0. Marlins have the Mets in here Friday night for 3 on the road in Atlanta, 3 on the road in Philadelphia.
It's always a tough part about pinch hitting in a game when your club trails by 3. You fall behind 2-0. In another circumstance, you might be swinging, but you kind of have to take that pitch. And so far, good at bat The thing we probably haven't seen from Gabby, because he hasn't had consistency with the bats, is the patience that he has as a hitter.
That's one of the trademarks he's had coming up through the minor leagues, is the plate discipline and patience.
It's hard to do when you're getting a couple, 2 or 3 at bats a week.
I think for Gabby, one of the important things that's going to be in spring training next year is where does he play, and can he play that position well enough to play every day?
Boy, and if you go back to spring training, it was really his job to lose the first base job.
The Marlins this past offseason made efforts to improve themselves defensively, and they have. The Marlins are on pace to commit fewer errors than last year. Last year they committed 117. Gabby drives that ball to left field, hits it pretty well. Ibanez back to the wall. That's gone. A pitch hit homer by a hometown kid.
How about Gabby Sanchez with 2 pinch hit home runs this year? His 4th pinch hit of the year. Was able to have a patient at bat. Got the count deep. And saw a good pitch to hit. That is nice. Pitch was up. He stayed on it and attacked it.
We've seen both Miami kids hit it out. Raul Ibanez has homered. Gabby Sanchez has homered. Here's Coughlin. And it's his 4th at bat against Hamels. Only Hanley Ramirez has more 3-hit games as a rookie. A ground ball base hit right field. Coughlin is 2 for 4 in this ball game.
2 hits are just about automatic for Chris Coughlin. We talked about all the hits since August 1st. 85 hits now. 84 hits since August 1st. Tyler Walker starts to get loose.
Walker is ready. Maven is coming up. Coughlin is standing at first base. Bottom of the 7th inning. Phillies up 6-4. Phillies trying to cut their magic number down to 4 with the win here. The Marlins, of course, trying to keep their wild card hopes alive. Mathematically still alive in the East, but it would take an absolute total collapse. The Phillies would essentially need to lose, what, 9 of the remaining 11 games?
Well, remember, and there are Philly fans who we've talked to Cookie Rojas about. They remember the 10 straight losses in '64.
Maven's doubled in 3 trips.
By the way, 45 multi-hit games for Chris Coughlin, which he had another category he leads rookies in.
He keeps this up. He's going to have more hits in September than he did in August, and he led the majors in hits in August.
But he had 47, and he has 37 now in September.
So he's only 10 shy of that. The Padres have put 2 on the board in Colorado. Maven a chopper. Howard goes to second. A little surprised he did that. He gets the out. Maven's at first.
I think a couple of years ago, maybe even last year, we wouldn't have seen Howard do this. He's improved. He still has too many errors for a first baseman, but he's improved a little bit in his throwing. He's made 13 errors this year. And I think a couple of years ago, we would have seen him take the out at first base and not risk the throw.
We got good speed at first now, so if Hanley could put one in a gap here, the Marlins could cut this lead in half. Hanley is 0 for 3 against Hamels. Never homered against Hamels. And he fouls it back. Hare the lefty, Walker the righty. 99 pitches for Cole Hamels. Hanley lost his bat and the at-bat as he pops out to the catcher, Paul Bacco. Marlins get a run. It's on Gabby Sanchez, pinch hit homer, and draw within 2. Time now for the stay in the game hold of the day, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color. All right, our poll question this week: National League Rookie of the Year. You got Coughlin, Hansen, Happ, McCutchen, and McGee. Our Just for Men Hair Color hold of the day. It's kind of combining two things there, Tommy. It's combining the hold of the day with our poll question this week. See, look, fans stunned.
In shock.
As are we.
Well, unfortunately, the 2 runs proved to be huge that the Phillies got off Pinto. The 2-run homer by Brian Howard.
Bacco against Calero. And Calero misses down low. Yeah, in the 7th, Reniel Pinto took over for Rick Vandenhert, walked Utley, gave up a home run to Ryan Howard. Nice play.
He stayed down on that one. Got some hot shots down there tonight.
I like the guy in Cincinnati on this last road trip who made the play on a fair ball, much like our good friend Laura in Washington, D.C. Only he didn't panic like Laura. He simply picked it up, knew that he had made the play on the fair ball. It was a line shot. He had no place to go, and he simply turned and gave it to a fan and acted as if nothing was wrong.
Said, here, it's in your hands now.
Nobody admonished him. Nobody came to talk to him. Here's the 2-2. think if you look back at this season, one of the pleasant surprises for the Marlins has been the work of Kiko Calero. An ERA of under 2, 64th appearance. Baco's aboard. This is Hamels' spot in the order. Greg Dobbs is going to take the AB.
Greg Dobbs, the Phillies pinch hitter extraordinaire, not having the season he had last year, but still a threat off the bench.
He's lost the extraordinaire off the title. He had it last year.
It's hard to maintain from year to year for pinch hitters to have those big years after big years.
A strike and it's 0-1. In his absence, Matt Stairs has been able to carry around that mantle, so to speak,
and he certainly can.
He has been pinch hitter.
He can carry around anybody's mantle.
Extraordinaire when it comes to run production. Is it 5 pinch hit homers this year?
Yeah,
for Stairs.
And just missed one the other night.
Yes, he did. 0-2 to Dobbs.
Now you watch Kiko Calero, and you're right, he has been just tremendous all year. Senior slider, but the slider isn't what it was early in the year. The consistency with it. But he's been a huge boost down there in the bullpen.
Well, you're talking about a guy that last year made just 5 appearances in Oakland. He had a tear in his rotator cuff. He did not undergo surgery. The injury healed by itself.
So you see how clubs are always careful with starters, especially coming back from injuries or surgery, as to the number of innings they throw the next year. Well, the same applies to a relief pitcher too.
Tough to protect a relief pitcher.
Yeah.
Especially a middle reliever in this day and age, and on a staff like the Marlins, who've had some trouble spots in their rotation. Dobbs waited on that one, lines it into center. Maben lines it up. There's an out here in the 8th, and up comes Jimmy Rollins. The Marlins have had a real knack, though, over the last 3-4 years of finding a Doug Wechter, a Joe Nelson, Kiko Calero, a Dan Meyer.
And then you carry that even further. Some of the closers, a Todd Jones, a Joe Borowski, guys who closed games, who some thought their careers were over. I think the biggest thing, and you'd like to see it happen in spring training. Spring training's long enough anyway. You would think the starting pitchers would get ready with all the starts they get in the spring to throw more than 5 innings their first time out, because that's when the bullpens get blown out first 2 months of the season, because the starters aren't going deep into games.
Not sure if that was a fastball or if he just took something off the fastball, but it came in at 88. Oh-2 to the Phillies' leadoff hitter, Jimmy Rollins. A double in 4 trips. Paulino snapped that glove back trying to frame that pitch.
Another fastball just missed.
Two. Vandenberg charged with 4 runs. Pinto 2. And Calero steps off. Over 31,000 here tonight. That was the changeup at 83. Giants lost last night. The Rockies held on for a wild win over San Diego.
Well, wasn't that a crazy game? 11-10. The Rockies won that one.
Boy, and the Padres had runners at the corners with 2 outs in that 9th inning. And I forget who the hitter was, but he hit a laser out to left field. Rollins hanging tough, and it's 3-2. Padres have a 2-0 lead in Colorado in the 3rd. Braves have another run in the 7th, 5-2 over the Mets. Tags out Bacco. Paul Bacco maybe trying to compensate for the lack of speed, getting a little extra jump.
Well, he did. He got a great jump. The only problem, Kiko got him. And a good rundown completed. Didn't even require a throw. So good job by Jorge Cantu. Bacco tries to put the brakes on. He's done. That's a huge out.
Yeah, it is. The problem with a guy like Bacco in that case, base stealers, they have keys. They'll watch a pitcher's left knee if it breaks. Some guys will watch an elbow or a shoulder turn. But a guy like Bacco probably hasn't keyed in on any of those things. Calero strikes out Rollins. What a battle that was. Phillies go down scoreless in the 8th. Marlins need to make up a couple runs in a couple innings. chances. Umpires right now, I think, are going to take the teams off the field and bring the tarp out. A rain delay. And the grounds crew will be tested here because the ground's a little wet. They got to get the tarps on the mound and the plate. This is my favorite part, where they run on and jump over the deal.
And I think
right there they go.
I think this caught them by surprise a little bit too.
Come on, boys, let's go. Well, they got too many guys on the right side.
That's a different formation.
That guy behind is sort of in the wildcat.
But you know, with the football game having been played here Monday night and the new sod out there and turf, it's even more important, I think, to get this thing on in a hurry, and they're going to do that. But it seemed like this rain came out of nowhere.
30 seconds into the tarp. Now they dispense with the big tube. And everybody grabs a hold. Open up the first layer. The hard part is when the tarp gets wet, it gets heavy.
Yeah, you get that first layer, shake it out.
Oh, look at these guys.
No, this is precision.
Look at these guys.
Precision.
They're going to make it in under a minute. 55, 56, 57, finish strong, 1 minute. How about that?
Not at all like we saw in Cincinnati.
No.
I think 1 year we're going to have to, this would have been the year to do it with all the delays. I think this is delay number 23. But I think 1 year we're going to have to put them on the clock each time and see what kind of record they can establish.
Where would you start the clock? When the umpire puts the hand up and says bring them out, or?
No, I would say you start the clock once they start pushing the tarp.
Once they get over the rope?
Once they're over the rope and they start pushing it out toward the field. That's when you start it.
Yeah, you know, Tommy, we better do it in the next 2 seasons, because in 2012 there will be a tarp, but the tarp crew, many of whom might be in the Marlins Walk of Fame at some point in this stadium's history, won't be needed, because we'll be all high and dry. When it's hot, we'll be air conditioned.
Yep.
And we'll be sitting pretty.
And we'll be talking about those nights where we used to kind of hang out in the booth and time the grounds crew putting the tarp on. Those will be memories of the past.
Maybe for old time's sake, we can have rain delay night. And just open the roof up and say, all right, let it pour. Come on.
Yeah,
hey,
get wet. Everybody get wet.
It's just maybe not. Yeah, 2012. You can log on to Marlins.com, click on the ballpark link, and the webcam, the new ballpark webcam site will give you a look at what's going on down there with the concrete going vertical. So this brings us to rain delay programming. Inside the Marlins, Jack McKeon is our first offering of the night. We'll be back. The Marlins and the Phillies are getting ready to go now. 6-4. Phillies on top of the Fish. Bottom of the 8th inning. And the Phillies going to go to their bullpen. Their 8th inning guy, the setup guy who had such a terrific year last year, Ryan Madson. Nice in the 8th inning. A struggle for him when he's tried to close in the absence of Brad Lidge. So it looks like we're going to see the Madson-Lidge combo try to shut this down for the Phillies.
Yeah, and I think, Rich, if the Phillies expect to go deep into the playoffs, get to the World Series, and repeat, they need to have the Madson-Lidge combo perform the way they did last year. There's no question about it. The opportunities that Madson has had to come into close for Lidge, with his struggles, Lidge has 10 blown saves, Madson has 6. But a role more comfortable for Ryan Madson is this one right here in the 8th inning. And they're really not going to change anything. I think as postseason nears for them, they have to have that combo clicking for them to move on.
Madson last year had an ERA of 3.05. In the postseason, his ERA 2.13. And he steps in with Cantu, Helms, and Uggla due up. First pitch fastball is a strike.
Well, we saw some terrific changeups from Cole Hamels, along with a fastball, as you saw that last one, 94, a breaking ball, but also a nice changeup from Ryan Madson.
Cantu, ground ball, base hit, center field. Marlins have a runner aboard to open up this 8th inning.
Jorge Cantu's 3rd base hit tonight.
3 for 4. Helm's spot is due up, but Nick Johnson has emerged with the bat, and he's coming up.
Got a pitch down, just stayed right on it, up the middle. This is where you have to be careful with Nick Johnson not running well at all. Any ground ball to an infielder is going to be a double play. So Nick pinch hitting for Wes Helms here.
It's not been a good run right now for Nick Johnson over the last week. Madson catches the corner with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Johnson 0 for 3 last night, 0 for 13 in Cincinnati. You see his numbers against Madson. This is not a spot where, in the 2 months that we've seen Nick Johnson, we haven't really seen him struggle like this.
And he's only pinch hit 1 time as a Marlin, just 2 times all year. 1 for 2 as a pinch hitter.
Fouls it back. 1-2. Dan Meyer in the Marlins bullpen. This is a ballgame in which the Phillies jumped out to a 2-0 lead. They did it in the 3rd on the Ryan Howard 2-run double. Marlins chipped away, made it 2-1, and then took the lead briefly in the 5th. It hit him. Johnson is aboard. So the Marlins have the tying runs aboard and nobody out in the 8th inning.
Got a pitch, got away from Madson. Nick couldn't get out of the way, caught him on the foot, and all of a sudden an inning begins with the first 2 men on base. There's that ball hitting the back foot.
Well, Dan Uggla, for one, is happy to see, as Johnson's going to leave for Bonifacio, get some speed in at first base. Dan Uggla happy to see Cole Hamels exit. Obviously, after throwing 7 innings and then the rain delay, the Phillies go to their bullpen. Hamels ends up going 7. He punched out Uggla twice. Madson misses outside to Uggla. Uggla last night, his 30th home run of the season. 45-minute rain delay. Uggla, ground ball slowly hit. Rollins has one, fires the first in time, and Rollins took a hit but turned it. So the Phillies get 2 outs. And it's up to Cody Ross to cash in anything from this inning.
Well, just huge for Philadelphia. If you get the ground ball from Uggla, good slide by Bonifacio, but Rollins took it himself and completed the double play.
Ross homered in the 5th. Madsen misses down low. 2 for 9 in his career against Madsen. Ross hit his 24th off of Hamels. Two-0 coming. Swing and a miss. Ball kicks away, but not far enough for Cantu. Cody obviously sitting on a fastball, and he didn't get it.
You know, if the Marlins don't score here, it'll just be extremely frustrating, because even if you could push across 1 run with runners at first and second and nobody out, all of a sudden now you're probably going to see Lidge. And Lidge has struggled. He's had numerous saves. I believe at last count 9 saves where he's given up 1 run or more.
Lidge in waiting in the Philly pen. 2-1 coming. Ross lines it foul. So Cody in 4 pitches has seen 1 changeup. Madsen's got him 2-2. Many people have felt that Madsen has the stuff and naturally could progress to be a closer in the absence of Lidge, but that hasn't worked out this season.
I'll tell you the other thing that didn't work out, they were hoping when Brett Myers came back that he maybe could take over that closer role. But Myers, with a muscle strain in the back of his shoulder, hopes to have a bullpen session on Tuesday, and if all goes well, a couple of appearances to be ready for postseason.
There he is right next to Brad Lidge.
Come on, Cody.
So Ross steps in with a count 2-2. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. Fish down a couple. Change up outside is what Baco wants. Ross hits a ground ball, base hit left field. Marlins get 1. And it's 6-5.
Well, that is just huge to get this 2-out base hit when it looked like Madsen would wiggle out of the inning and not allow a run. Good at bat by Cody. Good battle. Picks up an RBI. 2 RBIs tonight. That is number 90 for Cody Ross.
Now Paulino. Paulino tonight has doubled and flied out twice. Got a good series. He's got 4 hits in the series, 4 for 8. John Baker is available to pinch hit and could play as well.
And right now we see Ross Claude on deck.
Pitcher spot is due up next. Marlins have a pinch hit home run tonight from Gabby Sanchez. At the knees. 1-1. Swing and a miss. Ball to the screen. He tipped it. Until Ross has to turn around and go back to first. 1-2.
Yeah, interesting. Ronnie Paulino actually acquired last December by the Phillies.
And then, of course, sent to the Giants. 24 hours later, sent to the Marlins.
Well, and I think he's enjoyed his time in South Florida. He's paired with John Baker to be a terrific combo of catching. Right-handed hitter, left-handed hitter. They've combined for 17 home runs, over 70 RBIs.
Madsen tried to go back down there and get a strike. And it's 2-2. Outfield very deep, trying to cut off anything in the gaps.
Boy, good cut there by Ronnie.
He keeps shaking his head.
Yeah, I think you sometimes do that when you know you've gotten one that you wished you'd have hit a little bit better.
Changeup. Marlins get one back. They draw within a run. And now we'll try to keep it there in the top of the ninth. Inning. Phillies coming up. So is our Mercedes-Benz E-Class attention assist of the game. This is not your prototypical 4-3 in the books. This is a Ryan Howard shift special. Dan Uggla to his left. And even though it does go 4-3 in the books, Uggla throws him out from about 100 feet out on the outfield grass.
Well, a couple of changes too in this inning. Jorge Cantu goes back to third base. Ross Glode comes in the game at first. He'll bat ninth, so he'll be the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the ninth. And Dan Meyer comes in on the mound.
Marlins bullpen tonight has been hit and miss. Kiko Calero was a hit. He worked a scoreless eighth. Raniel Pinto was a miss. He gave up 2 runs in the 7th. A 2-run homer to Ryan Howard. Howard has driven in 4 of the Phillies' 6 runs in this ball game.
So Ryan Howard has upped his RBI total to 130.
It was a Rick Vandenhurst start. 6 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs. Cole Hamels went 7, 8 hits, 4 runs, and struck out 4. There he is, Brad Lidge. He of the ERA Gigante. Two one. Three-one coming. Victorino pops it up. Paulino back. And the count full now at 3-2. The Padres continue to win in Colorado, 6-2 in the 5th. So that's good news for the Fish, but only good news that they can come back and win this game. Atlanta stays hot, 5-2 the final as they beat the Mets. Not a good start to the ninth.
Number 26.
4 days ago in Cincinnati, the last outing for Dan Meyer.
Donnelly and Lindstrom in the bullpen. Before the rain, a crowd of 31,000 here at Lanchard Stadium. But obviously, a lot of them have gone home. 45-minute rain delay.
This has been the year of the delay. 21st rain delay of the season, totaling close to 23 hours. So, Rich, you and I have spent almost a day.
See, that's not something you can use in a marketing slogan. You know, like you want to be here.
Spend a day in the booth with Rich and Tommy.
No, I mean, Marlins baseball, the year of the rain delay.
Well, it'll all stop, as we've said, in 2012.
One ball, one strike to Chase Utley. I would suspect, though, there are a few other announced teams that are saying the same thing around baseball.
Yeah, the Braves have had their share. A lot of teams up in the Northeast.
Nationals have had some long delays.
Yeah, it has not just been in South Florida.
Hey, guys, I think the Nationals, I thought I saw 35 hours or something like that, and that was a few weeks ago.
Wow.
Of rain delays.
Yeah, it's because they had a 1 o'clock game that they had to get in that they waited and pushed back to like 7 or 8 o'clock at night. So that gave them like 6 hours. Really wasn't fair. Not that you aspire to lead the league in rain delays or anything. Here's the 2-1. That one's just out of reach. Two and two. Utley is 30.
You know, he came back from that hip surgery. Came back in good time. And some thought that he might not be ready to start the season this year. But he is rebounded and had another tremendous year.
cut fastball apparently cut a little too much for Sam Holbrook.
Yeah, it was off the plate. But you see where he's setting up inside. That's a tougher pitch for him to see.
Utley waits on the 3-2. Runner goes, and Victorino stumbled out of the blocks. Back goes Maben, looking up, reaching up, and makes the catch. At the track, Victorino retreats.
Boy, nice play by Cameron Maben on a ball that just jumped off the bat of Chase Utley. Utley's 0 for 3 tonight. He's been hit by a pitch, he's walked. If he does not get another at bat, he had a stretch of 16 consecutive games in this ballpark with a hit. But nicely done, tracked down by Cameron Maben.
All right, this has been the problem spot for the Marlins tonight. Remember the 2-strike, 2-out pitch in the third that Vandenhurst threw. And Sam Holbrook called the ball to Ryan Howard. And of course, with the next pitch, Howard reached out, stroked one off the wall and left for a 2-run, 2-out double. And then in the 7th, Raniel Pinto, just trying to keep it close, walked Utley, and Howard blasted another one to left field. This one got over the fence for a 2-run homer. So 4 RBIs, 130 now in the season.
Are we ready to put Ryan Howard on the all-time Marlin killer chart? Saw those numbers. That home run is 24th career home run against the Marlins. But he'll join Chipper Jones and Matt Diaz.
Line drive, Ugla. Got one, got two. Floyd made the catch. Nicely done. But the Fish need a run. Brad Lidge is coming in. It has been a shaky year for the former All-Star Philly. A 1-run lead for Philadelphia in the 9th. $15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. By Tobacco Free Florida. For more information, visit us on the web at tobaccofreeflorida.com. By Metro PCS, get plans starting at $30 a month. And by Dolphin Carpet and Tile, guaranteed lowest prices on quality flooring. In South Florida tonight, Brad Lidge trying to shut the door on the Fish in the bottom of the 9th inning.
And Rich, it's time to think outside the bun with Taco Bell. I'm sure these numbers are going through Charlie Manuel's mind. The last 3 saves for Lidge, he's allowed 5 hits and 4 runs. He has 4 saves in September. but he has an ERA in the month of 9. He's had 9 saves this year where he's given up at least 1 earned run. So this is the guy, if they expect to go deep into the playoffs, Charlie Manuel has to ride his horse from last year and hope he can turn it around.
He will face Ross Glode to lead it off, then Chris Coghlan, then Cameron Maben's spot comes up, and then you get into Hanley and Cantu. So Glode, who has been spectacular as a pinch hitter, just trying to get on base right now and start this inning off. Those are the outings that you talked about, Tommy. See all the hits that he's given up and the earned runs.
And a lot of walks, 33 walks in a little over 54 innings. Not too bad those last 3 games, but the walks also have been too high for Lidge.
Believe it or not, Ross Glode has never faced Brad Lidge. Slider in the dirt, no swing. And if you've never faced Brad Lidge, I think that's significant because Lidge's slider is unlike a lot of sliders.
No, it just drops out of sight. And hard to pick up the spin and rotation.
Absolutely. So for Glode to take that first slider, it's a good sign. Fastball. That's a fair ball. Into the corner it goes. Glode around first. He's digging for second. Up for the ball is worth. Ross Glode with another pinch hit. This time a double.
Ross Glode with his 20th pinch hit of the year. Establishing an all-time Marlins record. Brad Lidge, fastball down and in. That is Ross Glode's wheelhouse. For Ross Glode, not a pinch hit. Our mistake, he was in the game as a first baseman, but his first AB of the game. It's almost like a pinch hit.
Here is Coghlan. You're right. He was ready to pinch hit in the last half inning.
Man, we saw him on deck.
And then came in defensively. Coghlan now. John Baker is on deck. Coghlan up there. And a breaking ball misses outside. Freddie Gonzalez talking to Coghlan after Glode's double.
You know, you hear the term, and managers sometimes will say, well, get him over any way you can. Pull a ball, bunt a ball, whichever you feel most comfortable. He didn't show bunt that first time, so Cogs may be trying to just roll over on the ball, hit the ground ball to the right side.
Coghlan drives it to right field. Over his worth. Makes the catch. Runner tags. Glode on his way to third. And Coghlan gets the job done.
Got the job done. Any way you can, get the job done. Chris Coghlan did it. You knew one way or the other he was going to pull a ball off Brad Lidge. And that goes away from his normal swing because we've seen him so often stay back and inside-out pitches the other way.
So Brad Lidge has blown, or is on the verge of blowing, another save. Coghlan hits it hard. Glode hit it hard. And now Baker, 90 feet away, is the tying run. Rich Doobie is out. Bake, of course, last night hit in the hand on a throw by Carlos Ruiz. And Baker taken out of the ball game, had his hand x-rayed. X-rays negative. Phillies infield's going to come in. Glode standing at third, and you got Hanley on deck. Tommy, this is that situation that you talk about so often with Baker. When he wants to hit a fly ball, he thinks left field.
Thinks the other way.
Slider misses in.
In case you're wondering, 4 wild pitches have been thrown by Brad Lidge this year.
Coming. Slider strike.
A couple of sliders. First one missed in, and that one pretty much middle of the plate. But his slider is more of a downward break.
10 blown saves. Flo doubled. Coughlin, his liner moved him to third. Bake's been good in this spot. Infield drawn in.
The slider down and in is a tough pitch for a lefty to hit in the air to the opposite field if Bake is thinking that way.
But it's also an easy pitch to bounce by a catcher.
That's the nasty one from Brad Lidge. That's the one that got him all those consecutive saves last year and through the postseason.
Lidge trying to keep his hand dry. Two. Buried the same slider. It's 2-2. And he might throw it 2 more times to Baker in this at bat.
That's all he's thrown so far.
That's the emergency swing. Just get a piece and hope for the next one.
You have to wonder if the hand is bothering Bake. You see some grimace at the plate.
The top hand. Two coming. Fastball and it's in. All right, Tommy. He went slider, 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 and then fastball.
Sliders coming.
That was a show me?
Show me fastball. He'll go back to his bread and butter. But be alive for the fastball.
Thanks. Thanks for that.
Tough to guess slider because if you guess slider, sometimes you go out of the zone. You might get it.
You identify it.
You identify, so you might swing and it might not be a strike.
Right. Glode's waiting at third with 1 out. Slider. Struck him out.
That's not a strike.
Baker doesn't like it.
That's not a strike. If that's a strike, the one to Ryan Howard earlier in the game is a strike.
Sam Holbrook and Baker still exchanging words. And Baker gets tossed out of the game.
Hey, keep making bad calls. You'll be throwing a few more people out.
Or did he throw Freddie out?
Good job, Freddie. Guy's made a couple of key calls that have not been right. It's about time somebody let him know. It's a case where Sam Holbrook has had a huge impact on this game.
Amen.
And it's a one-run game.
The pitch that he called a ball to Ryan Howard with 2 outs and 2 strikes early in the game kept that at bat alive.
That was a much better pitch.
And Howard had a 2-run double.
I'll tell you what, that one was a much better pitch, but it might have been a ball to Howard still. But that one was terrible. And all of a sudden, you give confidence now back to Lidge. If that's ball 4, boy, it's a whole different story. Lidge's head is spinning. All kinds of things are going through his head. All of a sudden, the confidence had turned completely around for Brad Lidge.
Here's Hanley now, and he is 0 for 4. Gloat still at third. Slider, strike one. One ball, one strike. Fastball in.
You know what? That's a makeup call because that's a better pitch than the one to John Baker. That's a fastball on the inside corner. And that's even higher than the one to Baker.
That still might be in. 2-1. That's down low. Oh, he's called it a strike. Wow. Shake yourself.
I give up.
Shake yourself.
You've got to be kidding me. This is the big leagues. There are guys in AAA that are better than that.
That is brutal.
You've got to be kidding me. And I don't care if I sound like a homer. He is horrible tonight.
And now Hanley is telling him how bad he is.
Go ahead, tell him, Hanley. No, you can't say it, Hanley. You get kicked out.
It's 2-2.
Rip a base hit up the middle.
So instead of a 3-1 pitch to swing at, it's 2-2.
He's probably going to get a slider here, too. This has been amazing.
In the dirt.
You know, some players have trouble playing in the rain. But Sam Holbrook can't umpire in the rain. Because now, let me ask you, as a hitter, what in the world are you thinking now? If he drops that slider down, you've seen two pitches that have been real low out of the zone called strikes. You've got to swing, and you're probably going to swing at a pitch out of the zone.
Well, here we go. Gloat still at third. 3-2 to Hanley. That's him. Hanley walks. Up comes Cantu.
This is one of those games you'd love to send to the National League. Let Bob Watson look at this game. Let him analyze Holbrook's game here in this inning. You don't have to send the whole game. Just send this inning.
Cantu now has banged out 3 consecutive hits. He is 3 for 4. That's up, and it's in. Greg Carroll is on deck. Well, the Marlins have great speed at first. If Cantu can hit one in the gap, the tying run is at third. The potential winning run's at first. Cantu drives it into center field. That's a base hit. Hanley's racing for third. Cantu's got 4 straight hits, and the Marlins have tied the game. And Lynch has blown the save, regardless of what Sam Holbrook said.
In spite of Sam Holbrook, the Marlins have tied this game. Charlie Manuel can't believe it. Brad Lidge can't believe it. Wow. How about the hitting of Jorge Cantu in this one tonight? 4 straight hits. Huge RBI. Has 2 RBIs. He has 91 on the year.
Now Lidge faces BC. Uggla's on deck. Slider, swing and a miss. Marlins have fired just about every pinch hitting bullet they have.
Yeah, there are not many left.
Gabby Sanchez hit a pinch hit homer.
Remember, Bonifacio ran.
Gloats come in the game. Nick Johnson came in, was hit by a pitch. Baker. Cantu's going to take second. And Carroll is overmatched by the two sliders. It's 0-2.
Boy, what a problem the Phillies face as they get ready for postseason. What a dilemma. $11 blown saves for Lidge this year.
You talked about his September numbers. It's not like he's turned a corner and is suddenly
his September numbers.
Out.
He has 4 saves. But he's 0-1 with an ERA over 9.
Base hit, ball game, walk off, Marlins win it. BC.
Wow. Oh, if you stayed with us tonight.